Back. All right. So, uh, I'm trying drastic things, but sometimes you need drastic things. Wait, did it bake that quickly? Wait, why does it look like... Is that mesh actually broken and missing? Wait, that can't be right. What happened to my mesh? Okay, I don't know what's going on. What the hell? I was just running around here. It looked really interesting. Okay, I don't know what's going on. What? Okay, I don't know what happened. Okay, it's still baking. Maybe it's just figuring out what's there and what's not. I have no idea. So I just I'm trying to make the world look a bit more interesting because I feel like it's there are so many questions on my mind about how I should proceed. So like the way I see it, I've got options, right? I want some variety in the terrain because at the moment it feels a bit too much like it's all just rings that go one layer up at a time to the middle of the island where there's like a couple of high sort of mountain type areas. And then everything after that is just rings down to the beach, which is fine. But like at the very least, I want some valleys, tunnels, which is why I built that underground mine puzzle. Um, I'm also worried about optimization and draw calls and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if it's too big. So I've been experimenting all morning with different stamps, different things. I don't know if I might scrap this entire terrain and just start with a new one. And so basically, I had a go at drawing my own map, my own height map, which is this. So like, because this is the kind of thing that I want. So okay, basically the brighter it is, the higher it is, right? So you would have a high mountain over here, a high mountain over here, and then a slightly higher area here, slightly higher area here. What I've tried to do here that the standard height maps don't provide that come with the terrain generator. The way this it's really weird. The way the terrain generators work is it's like, okay, here's an island, and the island is like one mountain down to the beach. Here's a hill, and it's like a hill. Here's a valley, and it's just like one valley, and then the world ends around it. Now, I think the whole point of that is if you get really good at using the stamper, which I suck at using the stamper, I think the idea is you start with like a base area, and then you sort of stamp in valleys, you stamp in mountains. But every time I try to do stuff like that, I just end up with a complete mess. Plus, things that are a lot more complicated in my game, it's not that simple because I have a step algorithm which creates those steep cliffs, right? So everything has like a height variation on it that steps up in increments. So as soon as I start doing multi stamps, it just sends the whole system kind of crazy. So I thought I need to try and start with at least a good base map. So I made this, and here I've got like, if you imagine this is like a little bit higher than beach level. The idea is this is supposed to be the beach level all the way around. And then we go up to grass level, which is this darkest grey. And then we get some higher areas here. And then we're slightly higher areas around here. And then we've got our mountains there. But this is a very simplified version. That's not obviously what any terrain should look like because it's way too simple. And I'll show you what it produces. It doesn't produce this because I tried stamping normal terrain in it. I'll show you what it produces because that's baking anyway. So I imported it as height map, and I got my stepper algorithm, and I need to set it to set height, and then I need to stamp. And then if we click away, you can see what it does. Now this is interesting to me, but this is also way too plain and boring. But it's interesting because, like I say, it's giving me the kind of... So what I want is kind of a mix between the two, right? So I can see that I have like a very high mountain area up here. But if I left this like this, it's just way too flat and boring. It doesn't look realistic or anything. It doesn't need to look realistic, but it's, you know. And I feel like my rings going up are kind of like very narrow this time. But I like the idea, you know what I mean, that you have, because these are areas. It's just easier to build stuff on as well, because you know this terrain offers me all kinds of areas where it's like, okay, well, this would be a great area for a library or whatever, you know what I mean. And over here, this may be where the base camp could be, and suddenly I can start to imagine where things would be in this world. But it's also a bit too dull and boring. But I could maybe add some noise across here. This would be like a beach, I guess. But yeah, you can see what I mean by like, because in the way my level is at the moment is, if you want to get anywhere, it just feels like you're either running around the outside of the island, or if something is high up, then you're just climbing up ring after ring after ring to get to the high point, the one high point on the island. And so there's just not much variation. It's very predictable. So I thought, well, okay, if what I want is a mix between the two, because there's a function called blend. If what I want is a mix of the two, then why don't I try blending this height map with my original height map? So that's what I just did. And it was, oh, there we go. We've got something back now. Okay, I can show you. Okay, this is what it made. I think it's interesting. It definitely has places that need fixing, but my other one had places that needed fixing. I think it's more interesting. It's also created some very unacceptable slopes and things that I don't really want in the game. But again, I'll paint over those and redraw them out. So we've got our same mountain as we had before, although it's quite a bit lower, I think, because that's where the old, you can see where all the old winter trees were. That's how high the original mountain was. So the whole world has come down a little bit, but that's fine. And that was a hill with the mushrooms on it. So now we've got some floating objects, and I just deleted all my trees because they were all floating in the air. Ooh, what's nice now is we have a little island over there. Well, I like that. So there's the lighthouse. So the lighthouse comes back. So it's also shrank the world, and that's quite a good thing, because I felt like the world was a little bit too big. And you can see where those beach huts were. Yeah, it's made the world a fair bit smaller. But look at it around here. I feel like this is so much more interesting. Now we have these like little hilly slope things. We never had anything like this before. This was all flat. This is kind of interesting. She can just walk up to here. Already it just feels more interesting to me. And a bit more varied and a bit less predictable. So I think I'm going to stick with it. I think I like it. So now we have these rings that like, some of these rings like climb upwards now. So it almost feels like you could sort of run up these hills to get to the top of the mountain. You won't be able to, because the discrepancy in my algorithm, well, sometimes the discrepancy in my algorithm between one step and the blend step created these really interesting slopes that almost start off horizontal and go to verticals. But I feel like it just looks too unrealistic. I was also worried it would kill my climbing system, but my climbing system surprisingly could handle it, which is nice. Yeah, look at this, and then we got bits like this. This is really interesting. It's like a little ledge. Obviously, I can tidy some of this stuff up. I think it's a lot more interesting all of a sudden. A lot more interesting. With floating trees in the sky. Okay, I need to increase the flatness of walls that she can climb. Yeah, we still have way too many rings that come out. So what I plan to do is, like, I'll drag some of these rings onto other rings, and then I'll push other ones back into others. I'm hoping to get some tunnels and some caves. We're going to have some underground tombs and puzzles to do. Yeah, I think this is much more interesting. Already I'm like, it's less predictable. See, in the other one, it was like, as soon as you were on one of these levels, you knew exactly where it was going to go. It was just going to go around the whole mountain in a big circle. Whereas now we have, like, you know, This, like this one, for example. Oh, she's climbing up that. It's fine. Well, she didn't find the end. Okay, well, yeah, the climbing system still needs some work. It's fine. Oh, I love it. It's just like it's not quite as predictable. It's offering a bit more variation, which I want is what I wanted. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep this. I just don't know whether to go further with it or not, or if this is enough. Yeah, suddenly the terrain's got more interesting slopes. It's less flat, less predictable. It's less just rings going up to the top of one mountain. We still got a lot of rings. Too many, in fact. Now look at these. We've got some interesting bits that go off the edge of the island. Let's check this out. It's interesting. Okay, that one actually goes into the ocean, but again, I can paint any of this in or out, or change it. Oh, we got a weird little mountain there. Yeah, I keep finding these really interesting shapes. Look at this. I don't know that I'll keep these because they don't really make any sense. And you can see the geometry system's kind of gotten a bit confused over here because it's taken a grass texture which is supposed to be flat and it's curved it all the way up. Look at these, but I don't know, I find this kind of interesting. Look at them, they go into like big slopes, but the terrain system thought this was supposed to be flat because it starts flat and it's curved it all the way up. Interestingly enough, my climbing system can handle it, which is nice. Okay, I thought she was going to glitch. She's fine. Oh, man. It's just... Yeah, I think this is much better. It's always scary, though, to take something you've been working really hard on for a long time and then just... I don't know. Rip it apart like that. Oh! Yeah, like unexpected drop-offs and stuff as well, which you wouldn't get before. Oh. Yeah, I think it's offering some variation. It's just a lot more interesting. It's destroyed my beach though. So I'll go around and I'll make sure there's a beach that goes all the way around. I think I like the beach. I might not have it so you can run all the way around the island though with the beach. So I'll either make it, well, I'll probably do one of each actually. I'll make it so that on one part of the island you can't get past a certain point because you get higher ground that just cuts you off. And then also I'll do the opposite. I'll eat away into higher ground from the beach so the beach goes into like a little cave or something, or at least a little valley. And I'll try and do one of each just to offer a bit of variety. But heck yeah. Oh, that's... Is that water? No, I don't think it is. What is going on down there? No, it is. That's the ocean. Oh. Okay, so this bit's underwater. So we figure out whether we want to keep that layer or not. And either push it up or delete it or push it down. Yeah, I'll probably add swimming as well in the game at some point. Yeah, I think this is so much more interesting. Let's just climb up here so we can see what's up here. Yeah, I don't know about this weird drop-off. Like, I'd rather this was a beach. I don't know. Again, it's nice to have variation, right? So maybe, yeah, because to be fair, a sudden drop off a cliff into the ocean, you see that IRL, and it's kind of interesting. So we should have some cliffs that drop off into the ocean, and then other parts we should smooth down a nice smooth beach. Yeah, this has surprised me, to be honest. I think I'm liking it. We've got some interesting slopes now as well. I also need to find a way just to add general noise to the whole terrain because, well, not the whole terrain because that'll really mess things up. But like in specific areas like where there's not a lot going on, everything is still a little bit too flat. So what I noticed in Genshin is they have these steep cliffs, but they still have like standard sort of noise terrain as well. Now, one option is just to add noise over the whole thing, but I think that would mess things up a little bit too much. It's very foggy right now. Yeah, this is a very big flat area, actually. Is this where I put my camp? I don't think it is. No, I think my objective marker is my camp, isn't it? So it's still a really big island, even though that's shaved quite a lot off. This game world doesn't feel, by any means, feel small. I'm still 1,200 meters away from wherever my objective marker was left. I think that's up at the town, or where the town was. It's probably floating in the air now. But we can fix all that. Yeah, I think it's a scary move. But it's also the kind of stuff you want to get done sooner rather than later, because if you're gonna... Do you know what I mean? Like if I waited until all the places had been pre-built. So at the moment I've done quite a lot of the camp and a bit of the town. So if I'd waited until I'd done 20 places to do something like this, then that's 20 places I have to fix. So given that I've only got 2 places to fix right now. Well, 3. There's also the underground puzzle as well. I'm gonna need to fix that. So 3 places I need to fix. But yeah, better to do it sooner rather than later because of how much it's going to need fixing. Those mountains just look so intimidating. Yeah, I don't know what... I still don't know what I'm going to do with the mountains. There's a way I can do overhangs at the top, and then there's tunnels I can make. Because at the moment, so we are at a boring part of the world right now, but this is what the entire world was like before. Where we've just got an outer ring down by the ocean. Oh shit, she didn't come out of a climb properly. Oh, there we go. That fixed it. Okay. Yeah, so our only options, so like now we look, that's still really interesting though. So now we look and we're like, okay, well, where can we go? Oh, I got some mountains up here. And as intimidating as they look, they're just they are. Get on the rock. Oh my god. Sadie. Thank you. Yeah, I need to, she's got values I can tweak. Just haven't gotten around to it. Oh, wow, that does look good though. Even the mountain looks more interesting now. That almost looks like some old castle at the top of a mountain. That's really interesting. I think the terrain looks a lot better. It's just a question of how much do I want to do this. You do it too much, you end up with an untraversable mess that's too unpredictable. It's like trying to find the right balance between variation and, you know, unpredictability, but then still have it functional. And especially in a game like this where it's like, you know, climbing mechanics, gliding mechanics, it's all about getting from point A to point B. And I require these steep cliffs so that my character can climb them. There's only so much I can do. Yeah, see what I mean? Like, it's like, this is what annoys me about this game. Don't get me wrong, it's great. I'm amazed and I'm happy that I've managed to make these steep cliffs so that I've now gotten to the point where I'm climbing. But it's just too repetitive. It's like there's no challenge to any of these cliffs because it's just straight up and that's it. So the way I would maybe add high peaks, how are you? The way I would maybe add some challenge is maybe some overhangs so that sometimes you've got to go like around a certain way and stuff. Or maybe some tunnels. Yeah, there's a lot I need to do. I do think this is a much better base map to start with, though. I just don't know whether it's enough. Or do I need to repeat what I just did several more times, you know, to it's hard to say. Yeah, so the town's floating in the air now because we ate away so much of the map. The lighthouse over there. Check it out as well. I've got a lighthouse light beam now that animates. Yeah, that's really shrank the island, actually. It doesn't feel like it. Still feels like a really big game world. It's kind of intimidating for me to think about filling. But yeah, and look at that. We've even got like a little island over there now, like you get in Genshin. And another little one over there. We'll have some more of these as well. We'll have some more little islands that you glide to and swim to. Stick some chests and stuff on them. Yeah, so now there's like a little island over there now, which is cool. I think this is better. I think it's an improvement. Town's floating in the air now because that's where the old terrain was. Yeah, so it's definitely brought everything down a bit, and it's brought everything in a bit because you can see where the lighthouse used to be as well was much higher and much further out. Well, not much, but a fair bit. Am I thinking about adding a bungee jump? Also, sorry for any typos if there are any. Not really. Bungee jump. I can't think of a useful implementation of that. Because you can already glide. Like, if you want to get lower, then you can jump or glide, right? Higher, you can climb. I'm not going to add a jetpack. But I might do something like Genshin's zip lines, because they had zip lines in like Tomb Raider and stuff as well. Yeah, oh, we definitely shrank this world a fair bit then. There you go. You can see the lighthouse beam now. I have to admit, I liked this area better before. This end where the lighthouse was. That was the one place that was quite nice. There's like a little peninsula, but no, this is fine. I'll stick the lighthouse here somewhere. Maybe where I'm stood actually, or maybe on that rock. But yeah, I got my. Oh wow! Okay, so we have more island down here, but it's sank underwater. Oh no, I think this is just where the old trees were. Yeah. Yeah, I think this would all want to stay under the sea, I think. Yeah, I think that's a lot better. Ah, okay, there we go. Oh wow, we've got this little bit here as well. That's kind of interesting. A little bit of land that sort of spikes out. Stick a treasure chest on the end or something. Yeah, I definitely think it's more interesting. Less predictable. Less repetitive. Yeah, it feels like a completely, well, it is a completely different island. kind of. Okay, let's have a look at this island over here. Yeah, this would be cool. Put a little clump of enemies on here in a treasure chest or something. And this is where the old beach was, because well, first of all, it's already been painted with a sand texture, and it's got some palm trees, and that there was beach furniture that I had on the old beach. So I'm still where the old beach used to be, because those are the beach huts over there as well. And the camp's over there, because I can see the campfires. Oh no, that's the underground puzzle. That's what that is over there. Okay. Ah, there's so much to do. I don't know. I think it's a better terrain, honestly. I just don't know whether to go further and keep going and try and get even more variation out of it, or whether I should quit while I'm ahead. I'll definitely make a backup. But yeah, between the original one and this one, I think this one's much more interesting. Floating setting is looking like Maria, but without the tall buildings. Oh. Yeah, I won't be having any floating cities. Yeah, I think what I want to do, it's still essentially got the same problem that the original map had, which is that once you run around the outside of the island, the only way is up, which is fine, but it's very high up. And so I need some sort of, I need at least what I might put a mid-level something like, so a couple of layers up here, I might put something interesting there, a little mid-level there. And then in between these two mountains here, you've got a tall one there and a tall one there. Either a cave, or better yet, I think a valley. Is try and that's going to be a lot of work. I need to carve a valley through. That's what I really want, is to cut a big valley in between those two mountains, because this is what irritates me about this map, and it's just the way the terrain system works. Is the only way to the other side of the island now, if I needed, let's say I had an objective marker that was on the other side of the island, my only two options are climb over that entire geometry, which is going to be really awkward, or run all the way around the outside of the island, which is also really, really awkward. Like, yeah, I'm going to have teleporters and stuff, so there's always other options, but I don't want people just teleporting everywhere, because then there goes all my work down the toilet. So I should at least offer a more interesting traversable way to get there, I think. Which is why I'd like a valley that cuts through the middle of the island. Or even a cave. You go into a cave on one side and you come out on the other side. Probably mix the two together. Maybe a valley that leads into a cave. That would be good. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, so there's my underground cave that I had. So that's where the edge of the old island was. So we've definitely shrunk it a little bit. Actually, I can't get in this end because I blocked it off. This is where you're supposed to come out. Oh, I can get in this end. Oh, this must have been the start. This was the start. And now this just walks into a wall. I can't get out. Okay, I'm stuck. Okay, yeah, that must have been where you were supposed to come out. That's kind of weird though. Oh no, that was where that was. Yeah, no, that was the one you came out of, and this is the one that you went into. Because the one you went into was definitely higher up. But what stopped you getting out was it ran into the face of a cliff before, but obviously that cliff's moved now. That's why I was confused. Give me your scout camps. Yeah, fast travel points. Oh yeah, there'll probably be a fast travel camp. I don't know. I know you'll be going back there a lot. Okay, now we've got a really steep cliff face there. It's kind of weird. But I can fix any of this. I can draw over whatever I want. It takes a lot of time. I think that's why I wanted to edit the terrain at a generation level so that it would not require quite as much sculpting on my part, like later on. Yeah, okay, this area is kind of weird now. I probably want to work on this area. This area is a bit of a mess. But overall, I think it's a better terrain. It's a lot more interesting and less predictable now. And it's smaller as well, which is slightly less for me to deal with. Still huge though. Probably too big to be honest. I don't know. I'm also wondering if I should just change it because I picked a high world size, which is like enormous. I wonder if I should just change it to a medium world size because I've kind of gonna have it. I don't know though. I'm gonna have a lot of like spawnable chests and enemies and stuff like that. So it shouldn't be too bad. I don't want to be too empty, but I'm also worried about performance. And just like I say, the sheer size of the place is gonna make it. It just means it's more for me to fill as well. It's more for me to like find stuff to put in it. Hi, Gregors man, how are you? Yeah, I think I'll keep this as my new base terrain and fit everything to this now. Good as always. Good to hear. I might also reduce the overall height. I think it's too freaking high. Like, I know the game's about climbing and gliding, but fucking hell. I worry that it's more tedious than interesting. But yeah, I definitely want to cut some valleys and caves and stuff in between these two mountains so you at least have an option to get to the other side of the island without having to climb over everything or run all the way around the outside of the island. To be fair, it looks like there is some interesting geometry up here now. Maybe not. Because when you're a computer coding expert. I mean, it looks nice from down here, but it's just equally as boring and tedious trying to get up it. So yeah, that's why I wanna cut through the middle of the map. Oh wow, she's glitch climbed. This is actually to my advantage. She's glitch climbed, so I can just climb. Get over all of this. I love it when she does this. Yeah, I probably need to fix this. Can imagine speedrunners now. Okay, we managed to get this glitch climb. Oh, you can climb as high as you want. Looks great from the front. She's just like, is she rotating? Yeah, she's supposed to rotate to the cliff face because she reads the angles. Oh, you know what she's probably doing? She's probably reading the cliff faces over there and then rotating to them. She's got raycasts on her head, so she rotates to the cliff face. But as there is no cliff face, I guess she's reading the ones over there. She also ascends by herself when this happens for some reason. I don't even have to push forward on the stick. I've actually been working on a character today. Oh, nice. Who's your character? Tell me more. I like characters. Yeah, God, oh my God, I spent hours last night trying to optimize this one. The software I use is garbage, it really is. I think I just have to rely on Unity's decimation to do it for me. It just slows, it just takes the game longer to load before you can get into it, so it's a little bit annoying. But I'm sure there's a way to save those meshes that Unity decimates. I asked ChatGPT and it gave me a lot of bullshit code that doesn't really work. Yeah, I think this game world is too high. I might shrink it as well while I'm on it. I think that's easy enough to do. There's like a height modifier thing, I think. There we go. It's back to normal now. Yeah, she's not supposed to be able to glide from a climb because she has to exit climb before she can glide. So the animation transition just gets confused and I think sticks in her idle pause. So if you get one of those glitch climbs, it also glitches gliding out of it as well. A little bit. Ah, she does this as well sometimes. Yeah. There's so much to work on. Yeah, it's more interesting at the top of the cliffs actually than it is at the bottom, I think. Sure, Greg has floating city. He can probably figure it out because he can see where all my game objects are now misplaced. Okay, I'll definitely bring the overall height down, I think. Ooh, got a bit of a valley now. Ooh, this is interesting. This is what I wanted. I wanted some valleys. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, I'll bring the overall all height down, I think. Did my mouse battery run out? Oh no. Where did I put it on runtime? Tools? Okay, I stuck it on tools. How can I change the overall? I suppose I could just change its scaling actually. Might be easier. Oh no, it doesn't seem to let me access those properties. Oh wait, I just have to do it like that. I just actually change anything. Yeah, it doesn't let me click in there. Guess I'll leave it then. How do I change the height then? I know I've seen it somewhere. Do I have to do? Don't tell me I have to do it at the start of the stamp. Sea level. Oh, look. No, I don't have to restart anything. I just have to move them back to where they want to be. Oh wow, jeez, that looks so good. You've nailed, like, the theme is just so good. Like, it all just looks. That's one thing I used to struggle with, but I think I'm getting better at. It's like making things look like they belong together, you know? Like everything just looks so right for itself, you know? It's great. Yeah, awesome. Are you gonna have like multiple characters or is it just like one character? Yeah, I got grass as well. I got grass. I used to find some grass I can add to my terrain. It's just billboard grass, but it looks good. And I think that's what started me looking at editing my terrain was just like, okay, if I'm gonna start painting grass on everything, I need to know that it's staying there, so I don't have to do it again. And that was when I was like, yeah, maybe not. Maybe it won't be staying there. Okay, that doesn't work. Can't get that one to work. Oh, there must be a way to edit terrain height. Surely. Detail distance. Paint trees. Tree. Oh, settings. Pixel error. Cast shadows. Detail distance. Billboard start. Fade length. Max tree. Mesh trees. Wind settings. Oh! Oh! Max. Oh, could this break things? I wonder if I should back it up. I can back up the terrain object, I think. Height map resolution. Control texture resolution. See, this feels like if I change... I'm changing resolutions though, aren't I? Which might not be... Width, length, and height. So what happens if I just change the resolution? Right, let's back it up first. Can I just duplicate that object and will that give me another one? Yeah, I think so. Move it just to check. Yes, now I have two identical islands. Great. No, that is actually great because I'll turn one off and then I'm gonna back up. All right, so if I change that height resolution, does everything break or does it just shrink? Which is what we want. Let's find out. Terrain height. Ah, it doesn't let me change it. Yeah, it's locked. I know there's a way to do it. I've seen it, but I've seen it in the stamper, which is when you first set it up. Like, So where's my stamper again? I thought I put it. No, I did. I put it on terrain tools. Okay, terrain tools. This just brings a new stamper in. No, stamper script. That's my height map that I made. Stamp scene local. Stamper offset. Stamper scale. That's for the stamp. Oh, do I need to Google this? It's got to be aware. No, not like in a specific place. I mean the whole fucking thing. Resizing the world. Right, increase your world size, resizing the world. I don't want to increase it. Jesus. Shrink it. Terrain scanner? What the fuck? First, we will want to add the terrain scanner. Window, procedural worlds, Gaia. Show Gaia Manager, advanced tools scanner. Okay, that's a new one. I've forgotten everything you just said. Procedural worlds, Gaia. Let's see, scanner. Say all that again. Window, procedural worlds, Gaia. Oh, it's show manager, advanced tools. Well, manager, I can just click there. Manager. Advanced. Terrains. Tools. Scanner. Stamp import. Okay. Now what? Adds the scanner to your scene and allows you to scan a terrain, mesh, or texture and turn them into mask textures used for stamping in Gaia. Okay. Then it just says, then save your scan. What scan? Did you miss a step? Scanner. This is my scanner. Okay. And it says save scan. No object scanned yet. Drag and drop a raw file, texture, or terrain into this box. Okay, I see. There we go. Save scan, it said, didn't it? Okay. I have a system that allows you to switch out the hair, clothes, and eye color. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Character creator? Awesome. That's great. Yeah, I wondered if I should have done something like that, but I quite like... I don't just like my character, I really do love my character. There's always just like little things that niggle me. And I bought a new polo shirt for her, which is the polo shirt I actually wanted on her, because it was in sale on the Daz store, which I bought loads of stuff over the years from. And I was there. I already had like apprehensions about it, because when I was reading the product description, I was like, well, hang on a minute, you list all these things, all these models that are supposed to be compatible with this item, and like they're vastly different from each other. Like you don't normally see items of clothing that would be compatible with all those different models. And I was like, okay, it says it's compatible. Anyway, long story short, I get the thing. After fighting with it and it uninstalling my entire library and updating it, that was a nightmare. Anyway, hours later, it just won't work. So I got in touch with their support. The cheeky bastards last night actually tried to blame me and was like, "Oh, you've got too many morphs on your character. You'll need to use it with the base character." I was like, "Fuck off! I didn't buy it for the base character. Number one, number two, they're all Genesis morphs. Number three, you know, I've bought hundreds of items off you over the years, and every single item just works. Like, it doesn't work. And then, out of curiosity, after sending the first reply, I tried to fit it on the base model, and it won't even fit on the fucking base model. I was like, oh, by the way, that's what it looks like on the base model. Give me a refund. Sons of bitches. It's just, I just don't need it. And then on top of that, I'm like, all I really want to do is make the blouse that I've given her look more like a polo shirt, which I spent hours turning all these dials, and I managed to get it looking a lot better, and I added some length to it as well, which I really wanted. Then I finally get the thing exported, and none of it applied. It just exported it as it was, and I was like, oh, fuck's sake. And it broke her hands as well, and I was trying to optimize the model as well, so I just wasted my entire night last night trying to get all that to work. Anyway, then save your scan. This will create a height map that we can use in the stamper later. When the height map is saved, we can then delete the scanner out of the hierarchy. Next, we can delete out the terrain. What? You want me to delete my terrain? I'll tell you what. I'll turn it off. I'm not deleting it. I'll turn it off. I assume you're going to get me to make a new one, are you? Oh, actually, you know what? That's interesting. Oh, you know what we could do? Using this method, I think we could make the world smaller but keep the existing terrain, because now we've got a height map to make a new terrain, if I understand correctly. So I might, yeah. Let's see what let's see what a medium-sized world would look like with the same terrain. I think it'd be a lot more manageable, honestly. I don't know though, because like in terms of performance, it's going to be the same number of polygons essentially. I think. I don't know actually. Let's set it up as a smaller terrain. It might. Yeah, it might. It depends how it's coded, I guess. It depends how it does all of that geometry. It might do it at a lower resolution, or it might just do the same, and then just be a smaller size, which isn't going to help at all. And it's not really the geometry that's the issue anyway. It's the draw calls and stuff, which is why I'm trying to optimize my character, because that's really bad on draw calls right now. Oh, anyway, we'll get there eventually. Or not. How do I make a new terrain though? Create world. We need to be manager again. Create world. Here we go. World size. Let's go medium this time. Also, I could change. I mean, Genshin's targeted for mobile and VR, and that's essentially the game I'm trying to rip off. If we're going to change things that drastically, let's just take it the other way. We'll go medium and we'll say target mobile and VR, just to see. And then I always do low poly, Cindy Towns. I want to use the stamp. Okay, this is vastly smaller. Vastly smaller. Okay, now how do I get my height map? We're going to change the drop down to scanner exports. What drop down? After the stamper is added, we're going to change the drop down to stamper exports. I don't see that. I don't know what you're talking about. Advanced? I just have... Oh, there it is. Scanner exports. Oh, there it is. There's my map. Cool. That's actually quite cool. Yeah, because now I'm basically doing my same island, but on a lower resolution, smaller map. But it's the same island, essentially, the same height map data. Ooh, I wonder if I could export that image in Photoshop and then like start, because then I could just draw a fucking valley. Oh my god, that'd be so good. Yeah, the thing is, I've got a file for it here, but I don't recognize the file format, and Photoshop doesn't know what it is. I might need to look into that. How do I read or convert an EXR? Because this thing will accept plain black and white images as height maps. So I just need to convert that into a plain black and white image. But I need a better resolution than the preview it's showing me there. What is the format? EXR? I've never even heard of it. EXR. I can Google it later. I'm just kind of curious. Although, maybe I should look at this now. Well, I'm still in experimentation mode because this probably won't be my finished terrain. It's a height map format. Yeah, so I imagine I'd need to convert it. Then maybe there'll probably be an online converter I can use. Yeah, it does accept black and white. Yeah, you're right. So if I can feed that into a website or something. No, actually. I don't know, PNG or JPEG, anything will work. There you go, straight away. Choose file. Let me find it first. Oh, fuck off. Get, look. Oh, is it 250? Oh, it's file too large. Maximum size is 100 megabytes. Yeah, you're not the only one to complain it's too large, let me tell you. Yeah, I hand over height maps a lot. All right, we'll try large map EXR to PG. Oh, give me some software that does it. I don't know. Is this the same one I was on? That's the same one. You suck. GitHub. What? Oh, real world. Ah! Oh my god, should we set it in a real world location? No, let's not do that. That's quite cool that you can do that though. EXR to PNG. But it's also like, I don't know, it's weird. It's like, I think sometimes video games do try to be too real, and you know. And then I think, well, the whole point of video games is supposed to be escapism. So I'd rather be like a magical girl who can breathe fireballs or something and fly. You know what I mean? Because it's so much more interesting than, I don't know, Wendy down the street working at McDonald's, you know what I mean? Maybe it's just me. McDonald's simulator. I think there's a Photoshop plugin to load it. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, Google. Look, Google, I know you're intimidated by Bing. But there's no need to give up. You don't have to completely give up. You know? We can still visit you from time to time, you know, like if maybe your image search will be okay. I don't know. Maybe we'll we'll have a little drop by every now and again, just see what you're up to. I mean, I know we won't be using your search engine anymore because it sucks, but no need to be so sad about it. All right, you were on top for quite a while there. And you just let yourself slip. It happens. It happens. All right. EXR Photoshop plugin. That's not how you spell plugin. Free Photoshop. I always worry when they say free. It normally means they're going to steal your Bitcoin. I haven't got any Bitcoin, so it's fine. You can have it. You can have my non-existent Bitcoin. It's an EXE. Would it really be an EXE though? Do I trust this? Do I trust this? I mean, it looks legit. Oh, it should be alright then. That guy in the back alley looked legit when he asked me to bend over and... What am I saying? Even Adobe mentioned this. EXRIO is a plugin that lets you open EX files. So if Adobe are telling me to download it, then it must be fine. Adobe would never lead me astray. All right. It's just, especially with that menacing icon, I was a little bit worried there. All right, is that it? Are we done? Now what? What do we do now, Adobe? And by we, I mean us people who use a pirate copy of your software. Make sure you specifically tell us, because ours might be a little bit different to everybody else's. Press X to download. Simply log on to the Autodesk App Store. I'm not doing that. No, I'm using a backup copy of your software. Okay, I'm not a fucking millionaire. What do you mean? Why can't I just? Opening XR. Woohoo! I don't know why I turned into Mario all of a sudden. These things happen when you get older. Go, baby, go! Right, I can either have it as transparency or as alpha channel. I thought they were the same thing. I thought alpha was for transparency. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I feel like this bit was a bit weird. So I might want to fix that up. Oh, look at this. Woohoo! Craft your own island like a pro. Yeah, okay, all of this garbage probably needs to go. Oh, you can see what these sons of bitches are up to. When you mix two terrains together, all it really does is it just sticks an opacity layer of your other image over the top. I suppose that'll do the trick. But yeah, I thought it was some kind of witchcraft, some kind of magical sex magic. But it turns out it's all just a cheesy illusion. All right, duplicate layer. Could not use the magic wand because the magic wand does not work with 32-bit per channel images. Convert it to 8. No, I will not. Convert it to 16-bit now. So I can do normal stuff with it, please. Just, oi. Right, is that might still be 32-bit. Paste. Okay, let's find out. Oh, fuck off. Okay. There's a way to change this. Is it convert mode? There you go, 16-bit. Whatever. There's nothing in the other layer anyway. Yeah, I won't need 32 bits because I know it supports 16-bit images because I've done it before. Toning? Oh, you've turned all the colors weird. What the fuck? Why has it done that? Like, I get that you don't have as many channels or whatever, but fucking hell, isn't it? To turn all my darks into lights. That's gonna look weird now. I don't even know what to do. What are you doing to me? I don't know what these boxes do. If I click OK, will it go back to normal? Why did it do that? Right, you are a son of a bitch. Look at it, it turned all my darks into... What a weirdo. What a little weirdo you are, Adobe. You got no friends. Don't merge. How about don't merge this time? Oh, that's all it was. I just had to say don't merge. Ah, well, if I'd have known. And no, merge meant make dark bright as fuck. I didn't know that was the new definition of merge these days, but you know. Good for you, I guess. Alright, let's go black. Be right back. This could be the start of a valley right here, actually. Oh, I do like the idea of that. Oh, I do like the idea of that. Let's go and take this one in. I'm going to do some new layers as well, just to make sure. rocking with the best of them. We're rocking in east and we're rocking in the west and we're rocking up north and we're not rocking up south. You know, I'll trust the colour you went with, even though I think that's actually a glitch. Looks like a little dinosaur head. You know what it looks like? What was the name of that Snoopy bird? That's what he looks like. It fucking does as well. Seriously, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I fucking swear to God. Look at this. Tell me it's not. See? It's fucking practically the same. Look, it's fucking Snoopy's bird. Why won't you let me move it, you pain in the ass? Same shit. Snoopy's bird. He's even got his little eye there. Right. Oh, I asked for a new layer, you bastard. Why is this thing being so awkward right now? It's Photoshop you talk about. It's always awkward. Right, give me a non-blurry. I bet it's because I have a non-blurry brush. I just want to see that color. That's not the that is not that color. Don't even fucking lie to me. I asked for this color. Give me that color. It won't. It's like, I swear it's giving me a different shade. Is it? I don't understand what is happening. I'm picking the dark grey and it's drawing the light grey over there. And I don't know why. What am I misunderstanding? So what are you gonna, what color are you gonna draw over here? Yeah, look at that. Well, that probably is the color I've got selected actually. There's just no way that's, well, that looks like that color now. See. Okay, I've never seen it do that before. Is that like how these height maps work? But I turned it into a normal 16-bit color image, so it shouldn't be doing anything special. It's like it's made it slightly, but it's not transparent either. It's 100% opacity. It's turned this dark grey into a lighter grey over here. I don't know why it's done that. I want this level of height. I just don't even understand what is happening. You know, it frustrates me so much when stuff like this happens. Because, like, I know what I want, and I'm using the same tools I always use in the same way that I always use them, and then all of a sudden the tool's like, nope, I'm not going to work that way today. Fuck you. And I don't even know what's even happening. Why is it not just drawing the fucking color that I've got selected? How do I close this piece of shit? Right. Fucking close. Oh my god, will you just get out my face? What is even happening? I mean, I just don't understand what's happening. There's nothing special about that layer. There's nothing special about this image anymore as far as I'm aware. It's just a normal 16-bit RGB color. Like, it should just be a standard image. But for some reason, that grey there is changing tones. It's like it's almost trying to take like a negative, like it's being affected by the layer underneath somehow. Yeah, it goes darker in the light and lighter in the dark. What the fuck is even happening? I don't even know what the hell is causing that. Right, what is causing this? Mode, normal, opacity, floor 100. Like, there's nothing special about any of this. What's this? Enable airbrush style build-up effects. No, I don't want that. I just want to draw a colour. Like I always do. Are you making it difficult? You're being awkward. You're pissing me off. Why is everything always like this for me? Like, it's the most simple thing in the fucking world. Like I said, I use Photoshop like almost every day in my life. I've never ever seen it do this before. I don't know why it's doing it. It's got to have something to do with this image, but what? Like, at this point, this is just a normal image as far as I'm aware. Right, let's make a brand new... I just don't trust this image. Copy that layer into a new image. Color none. Mode normal. Yeah, like there's nothing special about this layer. I'm doing the same thing I always freaking do. I just don't get it. And then I pick that color because I want this color. And then get my brush. That's a normal brush. Right? I think. I don't ever really think about brushes because I'm a fucking brushologist. What is even happening? I swear to fucking... Right. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't even know how to Google this because I don't even really know what's happening. How do I inverse my brush? Is that what's happening? Check the blend mode in the options bar. Where the fuck is the blend mode? And why would it be any different? You mean this? It's set to normal. It's not that. It's not opacity. What's this? Pressure for opacity. Don't give a shit. Just give me that fucking color. That's all I fucking want. Oh my god! What the fuck is it doing? How is it doing this? Yeah, what else? Is the normal brush or the art brush? I don't fucking know. I never look at brushes. I just normally just fucking works. I don't know, a 2B pencil? I did change a brush recently just because I wanted a different shape. I don't really know anything about brushes. I just normally just fucking click it and it just normally works. I want no blur on it. I don't know how I check that, what type of brush it is. Okay, now that's blue. That might be a good sign. Right, pick that color. Jesus. Oh my god. Yes, my fucking layer mode is normal. How to check the brush mode? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Oh yeah, it was set to difference. Now I changed it to normal. What, that? Didn't everyone just tell you that 6 times? Oh, well, good for you. Your problem was that you were a fucking idiot. Right. Brush preset. Is it this? Transfer. I don't fucking know. Why would it suddenly change brushes on me? I don't know, even understand what the fuck I'm looking at. That's way too many brush options for my fucking taste. I swear to God, this is not my life. I don't understand. This always fucking works normally just as you would expect it to work. And now all of a sudden, it's not giving me the color I asked for. It's giving me a color in direct contrast to the layer underneath. Which is quite a nice, it's quite a nice feature, I'm not gonna lie. If I wanted to write fucking, I don't know, something artsy on the jazz room floor, it'd be nice, but you know, I just want to fucking draw a path. Thanks, mate. Really appreciate that. Oh, fuck off. I shouldn't just click things if I don't know what they're doing. How do I get back normal mode now? What did I do? Oh my god, I don't even know what I did. I clicked this fucking thing. When in full screen, panels that you can press F to bring them back. Is that what you're telling me? Thank you. Fuck my life. What did I ever do? Yeah, I might just skip this whole make my own fucking height map thing. I can't even use fucking Photoshop today. It just doesn't want to help me. I just don't understand what is even happening. Maybe if I save it as a JPEG, you know what? I do think there's something really weird about this image that's just causing this issue. Because I've never seen this before in my life. Right, let's save it as... I don't know, the height map. It doesn't matter what I save it as. I just want to basically load it as a JPEG because I feel like a JPEG can't have any surprising witchcraft qualities to it when I reload it in again. But who knows? Okay, now are you gonna let me do what I can normally do? I swear to God, I do not need this today. It's just like this, it's every day, like whatever I try to do, it just feels like everything's such a fucking battle. And it's always stuff that's like, it's just normally really easy. That's what I mean. That's what's so annoying about it. It's like, oh yeah, I can do a height map easily. What if as long as I can get it as an image, yeah, I'll just draw some valleys. No, you won't. No, you won't. Not happening. It's still doing it. Oh wait. Wait, is this some kind of optical illusion? I think it might be. Right. Is this are my eyes deceiving me, or do you see the same thing that I see? I just led the line all, but then again, how do I know if that line? Well, I could click it, color pick it all the way along. My brain saw this shade of grey and said, "Holy fuck, why is it doing it that bright? I want this shade." Because to me, this shade of grey looks so much brighter than this. Like by a fucking country mile, it's not even subtle. But then when I lead the line all the way back to itself, now that's definitely changing shade. Is it? Or are my eyes just like, is this some kind of optical illusion? Does it just look like it's changing shade? Is that all actually the same shade of grey? Okay, tell me the color value of that. Maybe it's like an optical illusion or something? Maybe I'm going insane. 90, 90, 90. And what about there? There's no way that's 90, 90, 90. It fucking is according to this. I don't believe it. Like, honestly, that must be some kind of weird optical illusion then, because my brain definitely computes this grey as being a metric fuck ton darker than this grey over here. But apparently it's the same grey. It must just be like a contrasting thing that's confusing my brain. I don't know. I'm normally really good at seeing like colours and shades and stuff as well, so that's why I'm so kind of freaked out by that. Alright, well it's reporting back as being the same grey. It just doesn't fucking look like it to me. But apparently it is. It really doesn't look like it. There's no way. I don't believe it for 1 minute. I don't believe it for 1 minute. So where would we take this from then? I guess we want to take it from all. So we just want to go deeper then, don't we? Maybe take one out through this way. So what shade is that in comparison to that then? I swear something happened. Aliens abducted me in my sleep and they changed my brain. My brain seems to be unable to compute shades of grey right now. I can't even match the shade. Okay, I guess that's about, it's probably about there where that shade would meet that shade. But over here, it feels like there is no shade of grey in the universe that could ever match that. Because again, my brain sees that as going from darker to lighter. But maybe it's just because of the contrast, like the surrounding colours. But on this side, it's different. It sees that pretty much matches up with that. This is so strange. You know what I should probably do? No, that wouldn't help me at all, though, would it? Because I could add a colour to this just so that my brain can at least see the difference. But that wouldn't help me match the shade. That would make it even harder to match the shade. That is so fucking weird. I'll just fade it and fade it and fade it. I have no idea how wide or whatever I want this to be. I don't even know whether I want like areas. See, it kind of like dips down here. This is what I want. I just kind of want to make things more interesting. It's gonna look like shit. I know it is. I don't even know what I'm doing. I just want things to be interesting on my map. Start with one shape. Yeah, that could be interesting because that'll like go around to like a separate. And that could go into like a cave. It could be like a cave. The valley leads in there. All right. Now for some variation around there, I guess. Anything I don't like, I can just edit it in terrain mode, I guess. This is more me in experimental mode. So I just kind of want to see what I get. And then I want to do some interesting things with this. So let's do a layer that's like a gradient. Take it a little bit higher. Now, given that the map gets higher here anywhere, it makes sense to... Which way around is that? Other way around. But then that's gonna... Okay, that's fine now, because what I can do is... Too bright. Try and make this bit go uphill. Kinda. Drawing it the wrong way. No idea what this is going to give me. I've got a... That's why I've got a circle picked. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but no. Now that one's good. Okay, that one's good. So... For this one... Exclude all of this. Okay, blend some of that in. The duplicate of that. Okay, what about this one? Take this one up a bit. Let's make this one go really fast. We could even take parts of it down. That might be interesting. No, because this is, okay, this is a one height map thing, so I can't do cave systems with this. I have to use my digger thing for that. So I don't want to go too deep. So it has to be at least this brightness. Why is that not select? Is that selecting that? 61, 61, 37, 37, 60, 60. Yeah, okay, so let's go a little bit higher. Okay. We could go with the circle one, I guess. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This one, I want to get rid of all of this. Cut off. Okay, give it some opacity. Blend it in. That one. Domain shape. Because this is a big resolution. Okay. No pixels were selected, which layers that on. That one. Weird. Because that's going to stick up over ground, I think. There we go. Oh, okay. Alright, I'm down for that. That looks interesting. I don't quite know what it's going to look like in 3D, but we've got something that runs through the island now. I hope. If not, I can make it so it will. And then basically some valleys. So I think these are like the two high mountain points. I think what I want to do. So I'll try and follow this shape around here. Give it a feather. 18. Sounds good. And pick. Ooh. Ooh. Now we're getting something a bit more interesting. It's not all just one. So I hate the fact that it's all just running around the edge of the island to get up to the high point in the middle. No, that's interesting. That was quite good, actually. A little bit of opacity, just a little bit of that comes through. Shit. Right, that's probably where the lighthouse is going to be. So I was going to put some pixels in there, don't worry about it. That's too straight. Hang on, let's try that again. Trying to follow some of these contours as well. Okay. Yeah. I'm down for that. Oh shit, I put it on the background. Turn the background off. Oh, don't turn the background off. I did undo that later, didn't I? Actually, I don't think I did. I need to step backwards. There we go. Make sure I put that on here so I can add some opacity to it. A little bit further up. It's a little dip. I want more of these dips. It's not just going up. I like that a lot. Actually, yeah, I want to. Let's do another one of those dips. Just do like a section. Let's take this one around there so we still get the high point. Oh, you son of a bitch! I need to be on the background there, and I remember to come off it. So I want to kind of trace around the edge of here, and then cut into the mountain, and then around again. Go around it. Interesting. Like that. Right, we lost some of it. Shift that up a bit. I think that might still look good though. That's our new layer, right? Let's take this dip down a little bit more. Okay. Okay. It's still on the circle. Let's do an inverted circle. Oh, yeah. Did I feather that? Looks feathered to me. Oh, wow. This should be cool as fuck. This is all I ever wanted out of the island. Like, why is the island just all up in the middle? And then I guess it's because I think the way they expect you to use the system is that you will maybe use this as a base and then you'll like stamp your own values and stuff in. But whenever I do that, I just end up with terrible results. You get better results with the standard like linear slope thing. We can also have these islands around the outside of it, can't we? You get like chests on them and stuff. Son of a bitch. Oh, come on, don't do this to me. What are you doing to me? Thank you. You make one look like a cock. No, let's not do that. Alright, now we got some islands as well. Give this big one some height variation. A little hill in the middle. It's gone the wrong way. Okay, invert them. Why won't it do it? Oh, you son of a bitch. fine. I'll select the brighter one. I don't want it too high. Yellow island. There we go. Blow that in a little bit. Alright, I can't wait to see what that produces. I think we can use JPEG, but I'll put it as a PNG. I don't recognize any of those folder names. Materials. Island. Alright. Alright, let's do this. I have no idea what this is going to make. Try and remember where I put it. Tools. I was game manager though, wasn't I? Where didn't I call it island? It's probably still doing it because it's a big image. Pretty sure it went in there. Yeah. Stupid mouse. Come on. I saw you trying to import it. You can do it. I believe in you. There it is. Yes! Finally! Look at this! I don't even need... Oh my god. Finally, it's starting to look like an actual interesting place. And that's got my stepping... Yeah, that's got my stepping algorithm. But it's kind of weird because with it being a lower poly, it looks more cubey than steppy. That's, yeah, because that's my steppies though, isn't it? I don't know. It doesn't look like steep cliffs anymore though, does it? I mean, we've got some around here, I guess, but... I think the problem is, Magic, I'm making you, because I made a script that lets me do this. Yeah, I think that's another problem as well, is I did too many steps. Oh, wait, my step hadn't applied to it. Oh, there we go. Oh, holy shit, yeah. I think that's going to be pretty good, I think. Where's my little islands? Is that them? Oh, there's one of my islands. I think that's the only island that actually went in for some strange reason. Okay. And where do we set the maximum height to? Or is it determined by my little steppy algorithm? See, I do wonder whether there's too many steps. Because I coded it so I can have as many steps as I want. I do think maybe it's too many steps. I can't remember what I set it to now. So long ago, it was when I first started the project. We'll see. Let's see what this gives us. But hang on. I also wanted to reduce the height, the overall height. I'm sure there's a setting for overall height of terrain somewhere, but we'll see it. Let's see what it says in that tutorial that we were following. No, actually, this was to increase your world size or resize the terrain. It doesn't specifically mention height. Yeah, and I can change X and Z of stamp size, but that's not going to affect the height either. Why can't I just type 1 in there, you son of a bitch? Like, you let me drag it that way, so why don't you just let me fucking type 1 back in rather than painstakingly get it back to 1 this way? You son of a bitch. You seriously telling me there's no overall stamping set height? What about scale? Ah, there we go. Okay. Scale went down from 5 to 4. Okay, let's try that then. Where is it? What the hell happened? I ended up with no terrain. What? Okay, I don't know what went wrong. Let's try that again. Manager, isn't it? Create world. Mobile VR. Medium. Low poly. Manual with stamper. Do you want the automatic spawners of the stamper to use the new biome? Did ask me this last time. I want to keep them as they are. I have no idea what that means. Switch to new, I guess. That's scanner export, so I want to use my own. Cancel. Close that. Island. Okay. Set that to 4, because that reduces the height. timestamp. Oh, I forgot to apply my step. It's still not doing it though. That's kind of weird. What the fuck is happening? Well, I don't end up with the terrain at all. What is happening? It looks like it's all gonna work, and then or is it like shut it in some strange place that I can't see, like under the ocean or something? Nope. Oh yeah, it did. Okay, that's gonna look like garbage because it doesn't have my stepping algorithm. But let's just take a look at it. It'll probably look great, to be honest. It's just that I don't think it's gonna give me the cliff edges that I need for climbing. Oh, we're gonna need to bake it again, aren't we? Yeah, lots more people see it. Okay, I don't even know whether I'm gonna fall out of the sky or not. Because it's gonna be so much smaller than it was. Okay, so this is what it looks like without my step algorithm. Wow, it's so much smaller than it was. Yeah, it just looks kind of garbage with it being low poly. It's like some game from like a long time ago. This is what Tomb Raider 1 looked like. Well, I've got some Tomb Raider vibes, I guess. Yeah. See, that's why my step algorithm's pretty cool, because like you can get away with low poly like this. Maybe I didn't go low poly before. Actually, no. Tell you what, the performance is awesome. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It is more interesting though. I need my steppy algorithm. Okay, let's do that. I thought it was on runtime. I can never remember where this goddamn thing is. Tools? There it is. Where it's saying it's using my steppy algorithm. Do 4.5. No, go down a bit. 4.2. Let's try that. Okay, now bake. Look at how much smaller the world is compared to what it was. Wait, that's got my steppy algorithm on it. Really? I think that's what's making it look so much more low poly than it even is. And it is quite low poly. Yeah, I think the problem with this new map is it's too much like real terrain now because I've added so much complexity to it. But then again, no, that shouldn't matter because the stepping algorithm is supposed to take care of that. I think, okay, I think my steppy algorithm doesn't really work on medium-sized terrains. Oh, that's a awkward angle that I can't climb. Yeah, this is not going to work at all for my game. It's full of awkward angles. Everything looks like shit. I think medium might be too small. I wish there was something in between, to be honest. It might also be though, yeah, okay, so you can see my steppy algorithm at work over there works pretty good. But I did add quite a lot of variation on the mountains and stuff, which has created some really awkward. The valley's good though. The valley does look good. See over here, it looks great. Yeah, it looks pretty decent over here actually. So I think it's a problem at the top of the mountain because it's got too much variation, so then you just end up with all these really weird blocks that I can't climb. And it's kind of awkward and get in the way. Yeah, it's pretty nice over here though. So I wonder if I could change, maybe what I should do is change my stepping algorithm so that at the lower heights it uses steps. And then at the higher mountain it goes linear. Because then it would create like a smoothish, well, not a smooth mountain, but you know, yeah, I can't get up here though. These are really awkward angles I can't get to. Yeah, so where's all my steep cliffs? Huh. Because my sheer cliffs, it must be because I'm using a medium measuring. It's like the interpolation that it's using on those steps because there's too many steps for the, yeah, I think that's probably what it is. There's too many steps for the amount of like geometry calls that it does, so it interpolates between the top and the bottom, which is why you get these really awkward 45-degree angles, which I wasn't getting on the other one. So it's still gonna need to be a large world, I think. It is better over here than at the top of the mountain, but it's still like I can't climb this. It's at the most awkward angle it could possibly be for my game systems. It's like too steep to walk over, but it's too angled to climb up. So this isn't going to work at all. But I think it's not a problem with my height map, it's a problem with the setup. So let's keep trying things. Right, I just want to see, because this is how I'll learn how it all works. Let me see the difference between high performance desktop and targeted at mobile, because it might be the mobile that's causing that interpolation because it's half as many or less than half as many geometry calls that it's doing during the terrain generation process, so it's interpolating too big of a gap. It might not have anything to do with it. Well, I wouldn't say it has nothing to do with the medium size, but the problematic angles might be coming more from the fact that we targeted mobile rather than desktop. So I'm going to keep everything the same. I'm even going to go with medium world size because I would prefer to shrink it down to a medium world size, I think. Shit, it's manager I want. Oops. Go on. Oh shit, no, I want you. Okay, world. Yeah, so let's just put that back to... Oh, actually, you know what as well? I think I went from powerful desktop down to mobile and VR. I should try. I'll put it back to powerful desktop because we are working with a smaller size, and I'm pretty sure I went on my original one. I'm pretty sure I went low poly. I'm not 100% on that either. Just new biome. There we go. Knows which stamp I want. Scale it down. Oh, it's already set to 4.4. Maybe like 4.2. Something like that. Fit it around. Make sure my steppy algorithm is in action. There we go. Stamp. And bake. All right, so we'll find out if there's any difference in interpolation on between mobile and powerful desktop. Because if my theory is right, I think it should be doing more geometry calls, so those cliffs should be a lot steeper. Because it won't need to compensate from high to low between a bigger gap. It'll have a smaller gap to work with. It'll be more accurate, essentially. Or I might be wrong. And that might be more of the fact that I changed from a large to a medium-sized world. Guess we'll find out. I think it's probably a bit of both. Yeah, I just think if I get this bit right, if I'm happy, because I was never really happy with the original map. The only thing I was happy about the original map is that I got that algorithm to give me steep cliffs, and I was like, yay, now I can test climbing. But yeah, the whole time in this project, I've just been kind of disappointed with how boring that island's been on a base level. Yeah, you'll notice occlusion is taking a lot longer to bake now. Because that geometry's probably got like a lot more triangles in it. So I also wonder if it's using the same amount of triangles regardless of the size of the map, and it's only target platform that changes the amount of triangles. I just don't know. Yeah, look at this. This is looking more like my map. Steep cliffs. I was right. Yeah, so it has to be targeting. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, I kind of like it though. That's really weird. It's very Minecraft now. So we've got our steep cliffs, so climbing should work. Oh, you know why it's not? Because I don't have a climbing script on my terrain right now. Oh, this is so much more interesting, I think, than the last world. And this is a medium size now. Look at this. Now we can glide over here. There's some dodgy bits that need fixing, for sure. Oh, this is our valley. Very high cliffs. Hmm. 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 All right, at least there's variety. It's starting to look more and more like an alien planet than an island you would be a Girl Scout on. I don't know how I feel about this. Oh yeah, I gotta put a climbing script on it so I can actually get around it. Would be helpful. There's definitely a lot of parts that are a lot more interesting than my original island. But there's also some really weird parts. And it doesn't look much like it doesn't look much like a habitable island. I mean, neither did the last one really, but I don't know. More so than this one. Like this looks more like an alien planet than a Minecraft style forest island kind of thing. I don't think I can make it up there. I think it's too tall for me and I can't climb it right now. I might need to reload into it with my climbing script on so I can see it. God damn it. Yeah, okay, I already need to see what we're dealing with. So, terrain, add, climbable, go on. It's that easy. Yeah, I am really proud of my climbing system. Just like that. Yeah, so she can climb this easily. I don't know. I mean, I could fix this bit easily enough. Like, I'm not looking for a world that's going to be perfect right out of the box because that's never going to happen. But just something that's interesting enough to not be predictable and boring. If I miss, like, because I'm not going to get to, I don't want to hand sculpt every fucking square meter of this game world because it's just too fucking big. Although this one's a lot smaller than the last one, to be fair. Get up there. But if it could at least be, yeah, if it could at least be more interesting just to like navigate while it's empty, then I think you've got a good starting point. And it's interesting. My biggest criticisms of it is that it doesn't look very habitable. It looks too much like an alien world right now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of mess to clean up as well. I really don't know how I feel about it. Like I said, there are definitely some parts of it that are like, oh my god, that's gonna take a lot of fixing. But then there are also like there's a lot of like potential. Like these bits around the beach are actually quite interesting. They have like multi layers. They have some interesting shapes. But then they've also got a lot of like spilled out little bits that just stick out. But now I'm also not sure whether like, okay, do I need to edit the height map, or is it because I'm in a medium-sized game world now that it's not playing very well with my stepping height system? So I might just rebuild this one again at large and just see how it's different. It's a good way for me to learn how this system actually works as well. So I can make the most of it. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky one. But yeah, I think one thing I would say is the valley that I've made, I need to find that valley and make it either low, like higher, probably a bit of both actually, higher so that's a lighter color, and increase its transparency slightly as well, so it blends in a little bit better. But yeah, that's a strange thing to say with this type of terrain that I'm making, because trying to blend big jumps from on and off with the height map. Really, what you're really doing is dithering. I like these half-sized cliffs like this bit here though, except she doesn't want to get on them. Just gives me a little leg up to this one. I don't know how I feel about this. Yeah, I think I need to make a large version of this just to see how it compares. because some of this level's issues is like this here. There's a lot of stuff like this. A lot of the smallest, like the smallest pieces of the height map turned into like big blocks and then grouped together. That might not be so bad on a bigger map because they'll be bigger. She's climb glitched again. I use it to my advantage. Oh, that'd be a cool lake back there, though. Look at that. I'll probably put water in that and make it a lake. That'd be cool. I did want to put a lake in the other one, but we're doing a lot of work to make one. Okay. Yeah. Don't know. I mean, this is better than the last one, obviously, because I couldn't even climb the last one. So by changing it to powerful desktop, but the only issue now is it's such a pain in the ass. Yeah, okay, I might put it on desktop then. Because the only issue now is if I go back to large, the whole point of making a new map, or one of the points of making a new map, was to try and make it less taxing on performance. Although I really don't think it's the terrain, to be honest. Wait, it doesn't help. So, okay, let's go with desktop then, which is in between mobile and... I also do wonder if I've got too many steps. There's no easy way to select those and drag them out though. Because they're not even supposed to exist as far as Unity is concerned. You're not supposed to be able to draw lines like that, but I hacked it so that you could. And I do like that as well because it means that like I don't know that anybody else could make a game. Well, they could if they did what I did, I guess. But like, yeah, certainly without doing a lot of tinkering, you can't really make terrains like I can using that thing. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, I think that's my biggest issue now. I like it because it gives it its own style. It gives me the cliffs for climbing, which all adds up to a pretty unique Unity gaming experience, I think. But it creates a new problem in that you can't. It becomes that much harder to find a good terrain that it works well with that way of doing things. Okay, so this is back to our big game world size. And this geometry is probably more complicated. It'll have the same, I think it'll have the same number of triangles as the other one. No, actually, I think it'll have less because I put it on desktop, whereas the other one was powerful desktop. So it should be less triangles, but it should be the same size as the other one. So what would happen? I wonder what would happen if I took. So I take the same height map from the same positions and blend a little bit of linear into my stepped terrain. I think it would just add a little bit of slope to all the flats. I think that's all it would do. Yeah, I think that's what it would do. Yeah, so they'd stay at the height that they're at now, I think, at the bottom of their verts. And then in the center, they'd slowly raise up to the highest blend amount. I don't think that would be particularly interesting. I need to add, I need to somehow add noise to it without breaking the whole thing. I have no idea how I'm going to do any of this. It's like I wish there was a way. What I want to do is I want to add noise to only the flat layers. Wait a minute, couldn't I just add noise and use the same? Because it's applying it. It's going like apply, don't apply, apply, don't apply, apply, don't. So if I add noise to the same step curve, surely it would only add it to the flats anyway. That might work actually. That might work. No, this is so much more interesting though. Yeah, what's interesting, it doesn't really look that different. I think we're left with the same. Yeah, because I stepped it up in size, but then I dropped it down in performance target. So I think we ended up with the same thing essentially. But it's, I don't know, but bigger maybe. I don't really know what happened. So it almost looks identical to me. But this is a large game world, so it should be, in theory, bigger. Why are you not grabbing onto that? Oh, it hasn't got a climbable script. God damn it. Keep forgetting. She's got a look on her face like, ugh. Here we go again. Fucking Captain Corbin forgot to put his climbing script on. What a dingus. Yeah, I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying my best. Ah, so hard to know what. It's definitely more interesting. I like some of the little. I like these lower bits, so it's not all just running around the same island. It is all still running around the same island. But I mean, all you could really do was run around the outside of the island before. I hate some of these Minecraftian shapes in the middle that are just kind of useless. Because, I mean, what are you going to do without put a tree on it? So I probably have to wipe a lot of these out. Some of its leftovers. This is what makes it look so alien and computery. I just don't. And now we've got holes in the ground. That could be kind of interesting, though. You fall down a hole. Ah. You could hide secret. Oh, that would actually. That does make me wonder. You could hide a little secret. You could hide a little chest in every. Nah, I'll probably plug those holes. To be fair. Mm. I really don't know how I feel about this. Because in many ways it is more interesting than my original one. But I feel like it's interesting in all the wrong ways. I mean, this is a game about a fucking Girl Scout, not some Minecraft alien. Planet invasion. So I feel like this base terrain fits in with the theme of my game a lot worse. Like, but its overall shape is better because now we don't just have two big mountains stopping us from getting everywhere in the middle and then just layers going up all around the outside. I mean, look at this. This is like a little. Now we've got a little pathway going this way that goes down, and we've got walls up either side. You never got anything like this in the last one. So this is exciting. Look at this. I love it. Some of those walls are probably a bit high, but I can edit everything here. It's just the question is, how much work is it going to be to edit all this stuff, and is it worth it? That's the only real question that I'm struggling with right now. Is like, okay, what's a good place to start sculpting from? And my considerations are like, okay, well, is the map interesting? Can I do interesting things with it? How much work is it going to be to get it into something that, looks like it's going to work for the game? What are the performance costs? Is it a particularly, is it taking up a lot of resources when it's empty? Because that's going to get expensive to fill. Lots of things I'm asking myself right now, and I don't really know. These are all issues with every terrain, no matter which one we go with, but yeah, some are obviously a better fit than others for some boxes, and then others are better fit for other boxes. So just trying to figure out, because I need to settle on one so I can start actually, moving on to the next, continue my world building sort of stuff. Yeah, I think this is more interesting than our original one. I mean, look at these rings. Like even these rings on the outside. Look at this. Like they look like we've got some jagged little rocky bits now, which we didn't get before. And then we've got like a little steppy bit here. So almost looks like it's been designed. I mean, it was in Photoshop, I guess, but like designed for the player to like get a ledge up to the next bit. Oh, now we've got a nice big flat bit here that we could build stuff on. Hmm. Oh, now we're going back down. We just went now. That never happened in the last map. You never went up. And look at this. We got a bit. Yeah. No, this is so much better. But there's more stuff to fix, right? There's fucking holes everywhere. There's stupid little blocks everywhere. But overall, it's because I've got a much more interesting map, and you can't let the algorithm do everything for you. So, I think it's a worthwhile price to pay. As I just need to tidy up the edges as I'm working on each area and whatever. Back again, welcome back. Yeah, look at these little variant heights now as well. So, no, this is much better. Oh, it's actually an illusion. It wasn't a variant height. It was just really badly textured. Yeah, interestingly as well, these cliffs, well, if you can call them cliffs, they're even more square and flat and suitable for climbing than in the last map, which had a lot of like corrugated, like a corrugated front to them, where they were like, it's like they were going along the diagonal pixel of the height map or something, which is probably why they were like that. Whereas these, I don't think I found one of those yet. These all look like totally square blocks. I don't know if that's good or bad. Honestly, it's a bit of both. Good because it works better for my climbing system, but bad because it's looking less and less like an island a Girl Scout would be on, and more like some Minecraft concentration camp. Maybe that's it. Maybe I should change the story. She's a Girl Scout who played too much Minecraft instead of doing a Girl Scout duties, so she was kidnapped by the Minecraft zombies and taken to Minecraft hell. And this is my this is Minecraft hell. It does look like Minecraft hell. I can vouch for that. It really does look like Minecraft hell. Yeah, and these valleys are super interesting, I think. I think this is probably the one to become my new base terrain. It needs a lot of work, but so did the other one. But this one's just more interesting out the box as well. Much more interesting beach. A lot less predictable. Yeah, but there are a lot of problem areas, but it's fine. Yeah, my biggest concern, I suppose the other map had the same problem though. My biggest concern about this terrain, but I think it's because it's empty and it's got all the same horrible sand texture and yeah, so it feels like it's gonna be, it doesn't fit in with the theme of my Girl Scout game enough. Like it feels too alien still and too maybe too square. But if I really stop to think about it, well, it's no more square than the. Oh, that's an interesting hole I just fell down. It's no more. It's not. I don't think the original terrain really was any better for those things. I think it's just that I'd spent a bit more time placing things on it and texturing it and everything else. So once I start doing that to this terrain, I think, you know, I think that won't be as much of an issue anymore. But yeah, there is a lot to clean up on this map. But there's also a lot of surprising, interesting variety as well, which is basically what I was looking for. It's not as predictable. But again, it does have the same issue that the other one has in that there's far too much of this. Although I suppose that's true in the real world when you think about it. There's far too much terrain that feels like, this is, there's too many small little layers of bullshit that aren't big enough to really put anything on, unless you want to just stick a chest or whatever on there. You couldn't really build a place in a lot of these areas because they're just too small and knobbly. But yeah, I mean, Jesus, the original map had exactly the same problem. And that's when I just have to get my sculpting brushes out and start carving my way through, to make certain areas habitable, I guess. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, that actually looks like an Egyptian pyramid from here. Oh, and that fits in with my Tomb Raider theme that I wanted. Oh, wow. Let's get up there. Yeah, this bit's super interesting, actually. Bit of a climbing puzzle as well. Sort of. Oof, that's an understatement. Yeah, I'm probably going to put some like mechanics in though where I'll have like little zip lines and things so you can get to certain points a little bit quicker. Because I'm aware of how fucking tedious it's going to get. Just endlessly climbing up these annoying layers. So that's why I want to put like caves and tunnels at some layers so that you can be like, oh, what's this? Break up the monotony a little bit. And maybe some like zip lines. Yeah, I don't know. This mountain looks like a giant pain in the ass. But I mean, what the fuck is Dragon Spine in Genshin if not a giant mountain that's a giant pain in the ass to get up? It's kind of what that whole area is about. I guess I'll just study a cable car. Yeah, actually, that's a really good idea. Actually, a cable car. Yeah, I could do. Yeah, I think the issue is, you know what the issue is? So that in the original level, there wasn't these like these aren't even paths. But in a way, that's kind of good because it looks more like a real mountain. So the other one, it was like a wedding cake. I used to call it the wedding cake freaking terrain because that's exactly what it reminded me of. Because it was just like here's one layer of cake, and then the next one's a bit smaller, and then it's a step up, and it was so fucking predictable. but at least you had paths that you could put things on. Whereas this path that I'm stuck on here, stood on here, okay, maybe you could put a sneaky chest for the player to find on a path like this, but you're not going to get much else on there. You're not going to stick an enemy on it. It's too thin. Do you know what I mean? I don't think you'd really get anything on here, but maybe you don't need to. Like, if this is just part of getting up the mountain, I guess. Oh, that was glitchy. Oh, she's glitch. Yeah, this is going to be a nightmare terrain as well for triggering glitch climbs, because there's just so many. There's too many corners clumped together, I think. I don't know. So I think, okay, I think this is a good base map, but maybe I somehow need to improve it. Because this might be the most problematic part of it, this bit. I love the new little, I'll carve that into a little lake down there. That'll be great. I can have a little lake. Oh, that could be the base camp, actually. Put a little fire pit in the middle. It's got so much potential. Like, there's nice little areas where I can just build stuff. But this mountain is a bit of an issue. It's a little too steep. The ledges are a little too thin. It's going to be too easy to trigger glitch climbing like this. So I guess what I need to ask myself now is, okay, how can I... What can I do to this height map that will maybe slightly fix or help some of these issues, these problem areas? I don't think there's a straightforward solution, to be honest. And I can see how this has happened as well. It's because I've drawn in some lower parts of the map, and then I used feathering to blend from this cliff down to that bit. And what that basically does is it's setting new heights, more varied, closer together. So the steps are hitting really closely together. So my two options are either do that or I put no blend. Or I try to have... It might be worth seeing what that looks like, actually. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't do so much blending on my height map, because that's what's causing those really thin, steep cliffs, I think. Who needs a cable car when you can just climb up thin air? Yeah, because if I had sharper drop-offs between the bits I'm carving in the map and the original islands, mountains and whatnot, I'd just get like a very steep hole essentially in the terrain. Which might be better. Yeah, I don't know. This definitely has issues. Far too many of those steps together. They were never ever meant to be this thin. Climb up. And you. But then there are some really... Like, these bits aren't too bad. You know what I need? I need me a Sean Murray. I need me an expert at generating worlds and terrain with procedurally. I could just stop being lazy and fucking sculpt away some nice areas for myself. Oh, there's a gap there. I don't know whether I like that or not. I didn't even know that gap was there. And doing procedural world generation is a pain in the ass, even in 2D. Yeah, it's something I've always wanted to learn how to do, but I imagine it would be a huge pain in the ass. See, I'm convinced that Genshin actually uses some kind of procedural generation for their cliffs, but it's not using a traditional terrain system like this because they have overhangs at the top and stuff, and terrain you can have like one height for one position, right? Because it's just reading a height map. So unless somehow it's doing like a multi-dimensional height read, which I wonder if you could do that. I wonder if you could have like a first layer and a second layer height map and build a terrain system that read heights twice or whatever, and then you could have like overhangs and caves and all kinds of stuff. Use a height map and then add tessellation. How would you even do that though? Like I know you can add tessellation. I've done it on like 3D objects and stuff like that, but how would you know where? Like I mean procedurally. Oh, could you not do that? I suppose you probably could. Like if you, because if you'd be able to figure out where the tops of cliffs and things were. See, this is the other problem. Is it nothing should be completely uniform either for something like this because like for a good climbing puzzle, you need there's like a path, isn't there, where you'll start at the bottom and then you'll look up and you'll be like, oh, okay, so there's an overhang here on my right, but I can get up there on the left, and then I can shimmy across to the right above that overhang, and then there's another overhang. Do you know what I mean? You kind of constantly, you can't just stick a whole overhang over all the top. You've got to kind of. So I think they're all probably done manually. Which I'm hoping to use this digger thing to do mine on, because that lets you do stuff like that. But I don't even know how you would. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think all their cliffs are. I think they start from a procedural point basically. I think they generate the terrain and cliffs procedurally, and then somebody's like, okay, all right, let's modify these pieces as we need them. Never played Genshin, but I guess you could add it to the shader. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're not using terrain. I think it's like my best guess is it would be like it definitely seems somewhat grid based. Like there's definitely like grid heights and things going on there. So I think it's like maybe like if I was smart enough to do it, I would probably come up with like a general cliff shape that's like it's like almost square, but it has like it must have a bunch of whole rules to it, and it feels like it's doing things in like grid in increments kind of thing. There'll always be like roughly the same variance in heights and how far they stick out and stuff like that, which is why I'm pretty sure they're procedural. But they're fucking awesome, so good. And I'd love to figure that out, but like, I don't even know where to start. It's bad enough getting a terrain system just to do this. And yeah, like I say, obviously it causes problems. Everything looks like fucking Minecraft. And it's tricky to get a good looking terrain out of it. But unless I want to make every single cliff, well, I can't model anyway, so I don't even know where to start. Unless I want to manually somehow craft every single cliff by hand, which I can't even imagine trying to do something like that. This is kind of the best thing I can come up with for now. Yeah, so you're super smart, so I'll give you some homework. There you go, that's your homework. Jump into Genshin for 20 minutes and see if you can tell me how you think they've done it. How did they pull it off? Because I still can't figure out. They obviously haven't done it the same. I think I've nailed the way they do a lot of their stuff though. Like I think my climbing system is very similar to theirs. I think I've pretty much figured out how they do it now. I think they're doing it similarly to me. I think the main difference between my game right now and theirs is, like I say, I don't think their cliffs are terrain cliffs. I think they're procedurally generated mesh models, and then they export them as meshes, and then they just kind of tinker with them after that, after the fact. Because after you've played Genshin for a while, you notice that like there's a whole load of land that's just empty that like isn't being used, and they'll just that's clearly like the edge of the game world. But there's so much of it that it's like, yeah, they haven't made all this by hand. And part of that like land generation just includes these cliffs or whatever, like naturally. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they are using terrain generation, like you said. Maybe they're doing something with tessellation. I don't know. But all I know is using my method, you can't have any overhangs, whereas they have tons of overhangs and stuff on their cliffs. So I don't know how they're pulling it off if it is all one terrain. I don't know. I can't even imagine. I mean, who knows? They've got a huge team over there. Maybe every single cliff is fucking handcrafted. I have no idea. I'd be surprised though. There's just too many. Like I said, you get to the edge of the world. You get to the edge of the map, and you'll see just acres of land with trees and cliffs, and there's nothing on it, and they won't let you go over there. And clearly, it's just leftover geometry. And then that just makes me think, yeah, they wouldn't have handmade all that. Just so you could look at something at the edge of the map. I don't think. I think this is the bit like the start of their system, and then they go and add all their game objects to it. Oh, but yeah, that'd be my dream come true if I could have a system like that. Oh, it'd be so good. Because they have normal terrain in it as well. That's what's so great about it as well. It's like a mixture of the two. So it's like they'll have your usual terrain that has lots of hills, lots of variation, lots of smoothness to it. But it's just there'll just be cliffs. All of a sudden there'll just be a cliff, and they'll all have the same kind of shape and feel to them, and they're all climbable. And it's like, oh, how do you do that? I wish I knew how they did it. Come on, why won't you get on there? There you go. Yeah, it's the glide. Okay, I need to increase that number on a glide wall thing. I wonder if using my system though, I'm trying to think, you probably could. God, it would take an eon to program though. Like, it makes me wonder if you could procedurally make the climbing puzzle side of it. Like, let's say I fine-tuned this so that I'm trying to think. You'd need to have like a maximum height you could climb. So let's say this here on like a given stamina meter. Yeah, I think you probably could. And then you could have a script that like finds all the high points. So like a script could probably look at my height map and then look at my step system and then say, okay, so here's where all the cliffs will be on these pixels here of the height map. And then you could look at like the neighboring pixels and say, okay, so we need a stepping stone. Do you know what I mean? Like basically we need a stepping stone to get up to that level somewhere along here. So I'll place a little ledge. Do you know what I mean? It'd have to be like procedurally like adding in steps to get up to certain heights. That would be fucking awesome. Imagine that. That would be fun. Yeah, I wouldn't even attempt something like that in this project, but that might be a fun next project to try and do. Take this idea that I've got here that I'm using now and try and gamify it a bit more procedurally. I think what's fun as well is if you can come up with something like that, suddenly it's fun for you as the developer to play it because it's like, okay, I just built a terrain that has, I don't know, 32 climbable mountains in it. And I know that if I coded it correctly, there should be, I don't know, 3 possible ways to get up at each layer. And now it's my job to find the right path up there. That's like, oh my God, I live for stuff like that. That's like, oh my God, yes, that's my favorite type of gameplay. And then you'd be like, well, I don't even know where the way up this cliff is, but I know that if I coded it right, the system should have, you know, made whatever you set it to 3 possible ways to get up. And I've got to find a suitable path up there. Oh, that would be so good. But yeah, that would be a ton of calculations. Yeah, there are parts of this mountain that feel like they are kind of doing that, but it's just an accident. And it makes me think, oh man, imagine if you could control that where that's happening. That would be amazing. Yeah, like I say, it looks a lot more like an alien planet than anything else to me. I do like it though. It's a super interesting terrain. Oh, well, I've got a weird little ledge now. Yeah, that has got me thinking now though. That would be the next step, I think. Because I got this like great algorithm that divides heights. Because I made a script. I'm just not smart enough to know how to put them together very well. So when I first figured out that I could draw these steps to make these like steep cliffs, I made a script. It's in here actually. And basically it lets me pick. Here it is. Where is it? Curve Creator. There it is. Yeah, so it lets me pick the number of steps I want to divide the curve into. So it looks like I set it to 16, which is what it's stuck at now. It's a pain to change because I have to hack Unity, one of Unity's files to do it. So this will generate the code that I need to replace in the file. And it'll let me pick how many steps I want to divide the height map into. And then it's just like, you know, no height, all height. And it'll just do that like however many times I've divided it into. So everything's set at 16, it looks like now. But I can control how many steps it is. It's just like I said, it's too much of a pain to change that I think I'll just leave it as this. Took me quite a while to get it to work. But yeah, wow, I reckon if I was smart enough, I imagine what I could do with that. Because then you could probably figure out what the alpha values would need to be for each step. And then procedurally draw shapes on a canvas to use as a height map to make like all kinds of interesting platforms essentially. Oh wow, yeah, imagine that. Holy shit. Okay, that might. I did say I wanted to learn procedural generation. At least I've got something to concentrate on now. That probably will. Maybe that will be a future project for me. See if I can take this idea that I've started messing with terrains, and then see if I can procedurally generate height maps that will work in tandem with this to give me like traversable shaped platforms at various heights that all connect to each other and stuff. Because that sounds doable. Definitely sounds doable. Right, I'm going to make a different version of this. Turn all the opacity off because I think that's just... Yeah, I probably shouldn't have used gradients in those drawn out bits as well. It's too late now. Okay, so there you go. I know that you can sharpen images. Actually, I want to experiment now. There must be a way to take an image. So let's say you have an image that has, I don't know, 256 shades of grey. That's a lot of erotic reading. Yeah, that's a sequel we can expect, I think. You must be able to take an image that has 256 shades of grey and then say, okay, I want you to boil this down to just 20. Round them all up to like 20. How would you do that? Because that's kind of what I need to do to my height map, I think. I need to remove the complexity from it. Photoshop. How would you even word that? Reduce number of shades in grayscale image. It's probably just going to say use the level tone shifter. How do you use number of colors in an image? Oh, yeah, posterize. Yeah, I have seen that. Posterize. I would rather use posterize as an adjustment layer, as you can control it. Ooh, let's see what we get. Yeah, I do remember that one, posterize. Where the fuck is it? Stylize? Oh, I can just add noise. Alright, I want to do 2 experiments, and I want to do an experiment with a lot of noise on it. Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, no, I can't use the step system with noise because then I wouldn't get the little. So I'd have to do 2 stamps. I'd have to do a stamp at stepped heights, and then I'd have to do an overstamp with just stamping the noise on top. Very subtle noise. Where the fuck is posterize? I know that's a thing. I've used it. Oh, there we go. Fill the gallery. That's what I was looking for. I was just going to do my overlay. Poster edges. Edge thickness, edge intensity, posterization. It's hard to see what it's actually doing. I need to convert this into one. Because I think in theory that should give me less of those really clumped together jagged variations, which I think would be a good thing. Smudge stick, poster edges. Poster edges is the same as posterize. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, that's definitely removing that number of. Yeah, oh hell yeah. Even if we don't use that as the main stamp, we just like use it as a stamp. Could be interesting. Use it to like blend heights or something. Okay, the high I see. So the lower the posterization, the less shades we get. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's probably what I want in it. Okay, we'll let it go to 3. Ooh, that's going to cause issues, I think. Yeah, we don't want edge intensity. Oh, I don't know. Let's try it with edge thickness, though. Oh, that would be weird. Yeah, no, I don't want that. That would put loads of ridges in it. Imagine trying to climb that. All right, posterization at 3. Let's see what that gives us. Ooh. Okay. I'm down to see what that does. Islands P3 for posterization at level 3. Yeah, you know what I just realized as well? That might be why. Yeah, I did. My first ever terrains were in Elo Poly. And then the my latest world that I've been using for fucking ages now. Actually, I changed it to Gaia Pro, I think. I'm gonna go powerful desktop as well. I just want to see what this map can give me. Should we pick the right stem? Right, it's not in yet. There it is. Yeah, I think already that's better. Is it? Yeah, we got some weird. Yeah, we've still got a lot of holes and weird uppy downy bits. That is with my. Well, it's got to be with my step algorithm. There's some weird spikes along there as well. Death spikes. I've had those before. Why has it done that then? That's weird. It must be just. It's almost like it's read a slightly brighter color value right next to the pixels that have the normal color before shifting down to the original pixels. Yeah, that's definitely what the posterized did, because you can see the difference there. Ah, that's not done what I wanted at all. It's created like death spikes everywhere. Okay, but blurring it more surely would just create more variation, meaning more steps clumped together, surely. No. Let's find out. Lens blur. Let's blur the shit out of this just to see what we get. Island blur. That's where Domino Allbone lives. Island of joystick. Left click face to select. The Four Lantern Isles. Oh, that's weird. Skateboarders. Skateboarder park. Oh, Lens Dirt creates an interesting looking place. I had no idea Lens Dirt was such an interesting place. That's a fun one. Planet Moon. Planet Moon will always be with you. Fling. Planet Cloud. Now, is it ready? Nope. I feel like if you go out of it and come straight back in, it'll be ready. Nope. It's a coincidence that the two times I previously did, it was just so happened to be ready. Come on, I know it's a blurry image, but you should have loaded it by now. Oh, come on, Unity. Let's see what it looks like. There we go. It's doing something. Yeah, now if I come out of that and reload it, it should be there. There we go. What? Am I imagining things, or is that? Yeah, I suppose it's smoother, but it's still got those really thin ledges. Right, so is there anything we can do about that? I mean, not really. We're just gonna have to get our sculpting brush out, I think. It's a lot of... Although you're still gonna have to get up the mountain. Yeah, you're still gonna have to get up the mountain anyway. Don't suppose rotating the stamp would make any difference. Oh, what? That's weird. Ah, I don't know how I feel about that. This time it's made 3 separate islands. What? That's odd. Why did it do that? Was sea level too high? Kind of want to see what that's like though. And I suppose no, it won't have done. It would have stamped the whole thing probably. So I could probably raise those islands up so that we get the base layers as well. But I'm curious what that looks like. Ah, yeah, this is the only issue with this method. Is it does give me steep cliffs to climb, but it makes generating good terrain a real pain in the ass. That and everything looks like fucking Minecraft. I don't know. See, now I'm completely second guessing my entire methods. It's like, I mean, maybe I should be like, because I can stamp. Maybe I'm thinking to, like, if I start with a standard terrain, can I not use my step system just to make cliffs and mountains and stamp those into the terrain? Like maybe I'm thinking of it the wrong way around. I'm starting from the point that I know I need for the traversable terrain, climbable terrain. And then I'm thinking of adding some noise and variation to the flat parts. But maybe I should be doing it the other way around. I should be starting with some variation and noise and then trying to stamp in my hard verticals. Maybe I should also be experimenting on much smaller maps if I'm still figuring this stuff out, which it looks like I kind of am. It just feels like this is the kind of thing that I'll regret if I don't get it right now. Like this is the kind of thing where I'll look back, I'll figure something out. Like I could finish this game, for example, and then look back and be like, "Oh my god, I'm such a dum dum." Like if only I'd have known back then that all I needed to do was X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? And then I'll be like, it feels like I'm close to getting what I need, but I'm still missing something. It's like tying it all together is the only part I'm missing. Yeah, I fucking hate these jagged. I mean, this has happened because I've carved valleys in, right? It's probably just the price I have to pay. So then I've just got to take my terrain brush and either do whatever I want to do with it, either smooth it all down. I mean, this could be a climb. I could make this a climbable puzzle mountain. I'd have to do it all by hand, but that's anyway. Yeah, you know what else I just realized? This is why my terrain look like this then. This is Gaia's Pro desktop terrain. It's all jagged as hell. Maybe the other one is better, the low poly one. Given that everything's still, like, everything's gonna look fucking square anyway. Huh. I don't know. There are some genuinely nice bits, like this area here is really good. I like this. Yeah, the worst part is where I've carved that valley in and then it just suddenly turns into a mountain. It's all clumped together and it's just blocks upon blocks and it's a nightmare. And I'd either rather space out the clumpiness of the blocks. However the fuck I'm gonna do that, I don't know. Or if I can't achieve that, I'd rather it was just one big steep fucking jump from top to bottom. It's one big massive square. I don't know. Don't know what else I could do with it really. So this was our original terrain then, definitely. Like in terms of quality and size. And target platform. Feels oh so familiar. You really don't want to get up there, do you? But I don't know if it's overkill for this. And I definitely noticed the performance difference as well. Like it's, yeah, this kind of kills my graphics card a little bit because I can hear it whirring away. So I think I need to ditch with this one out. That's a weird shape. Ah, I just there's always so much in this terrain that I hate and I'm unhappy with. But then there'll be areas where I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I need more of these, and then it's just how the fuck do I do it though? Because normally the nice potential bits are like, I don't know, is it fair to say they're an accident? Somewhat. Yeah, this model definitely looks a lot better. Getting some occlusion madness going on there. but it definitely kills the GPU compared to the other one. Just fucking get up the cliff, thank you. This bit's awful. It's just so boring. Maybe the whole thing's just too high. Oh yeah, that's a good point as well. I thought that was making 3 islands, but it didn't. It did make the whole thing. Did some weird stuff over here. Or maybe it's just too many steps. What I haven't really experimented with enough, I think, is the number of steps. I've got to try and remember how to do this now. What the fuck's my script? Oh, it's not. Oh, right. Okay, my mouse is just. Oh, I was doing this last night. Okay, Unity's just being Unity. It won't let me click and type in boxes right now. I was doing this to me last night as well. Let's do half as many steps. And I have to try and remember where to put that code. Where's my scripts now? Okay, ecurve.text. It's not. New curve.text, that's the one I'm looking for. Oh, I've got to try and remember how to do this now. There was a lot of stuff I had to delete. Or did I fix that in the end? Oh, it looks like I fixed that in the end. Good on me. Oh, I did. I finished it off. Yay. Yeah, I knew to do that because I knew that I would probably want to use it in the future and then I would have forgotten how to do it. So it looks like I fixed it for my future self. Good me. Good past me. Now I have to remember where that file is. I have no idea. It's somewhere in Unity. Oh, these ones are fixed now. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I remember that. That was me trying to do it by hand. Didn't go well. Where are these files saved? Here it is. Yeah, I made a backup copy of my old one. Let's make another backup copy. Okay, so I need to go in here and replace from mname dash mname end curve. There it is. So start here. Find the end of. Right, I know what I'm searching for. The end of the first one. It'll end with rotation order. Fuck off. This mouse drives me nuts. It fucking clicks on everything by itself. There it is. So I'm replacing that. Fuck off, mouse! God, I hate you so much. Wasn't it from... I can't remember. I think it was from there. Let me check. Fuck this up, because it breaks everything if I do. Yeah, dash m name m curve serialized version 2. Boop. Get rid of that white space. Okay, save. Now when I click that, there we go. There's 8. Okay, there's 8. We're going low poly. We can still do large. I don't know if it's too large though. I'll go medium because it's going to be quicker as well. It takes fucking ages because I'm still testing really. Island blur. Now we've got 8. Steps. Fitsy terrain. Stamp. I can't see anything. Right, well. Sunk down in the ocean. Ick. I forgot to lower the height. I think 8 steps should make a huge difference. Half as many steps. Okay, let's go 8 steps. Okay, interesting. Ooh. Got little ledges, which I quite like. Yeah, everything does look blocky, but it's meant to. Yeah, I have to admit though, this is like Gaia's. Oh, we could do it with Gaia's profile, I guess. We're doing using how many steps. I think I like it. I don't see anything too crazy. It is very blocky. That's because we used the low poly model. So I guess I would compare this exact same thing with Gaia's terrain. Yeah, now we've got a valley through there as well. So is this the problematic area where the valley becomes a cliff? I think it is. Let's go and see what this looks like now. I actually think it looks a lot better. I think it's also lying though. Now you know I'll tell you what I think it is. Here's what I think it is. I set that code to 16 Oh, I forgot to put climbable script on it. Shit. I always forget that. Is it also possible to just stretch the terrain and just make it bigger? No. Okay. Shame. So this was the problematic area. Yeah. I mean, it's still a fucking mess. There's nothing I can do about it. It's because if I carve a valley into a mountain, this is what's gonna happen. Do about it. But I could probably turn that into like a climbing puzzle where, you know, there are ledges you can stand on and then you gotta get to the next one and the next one. It's gonna take a long time, but it could be fun. I guess that's the best solution I can think of to deal with that. This bit's super cool. Yeah, this whole... I love this bit in this new terrain. It's great where the beach coastline is, and then you got a little valley through there. It's weird. What is that? Is that one of my assets? Ah, so I don't know what that is. Oh, she's climb glitched. This bit's great. I love this bit. Yeah, it's got some really nice bits in it. The only thing I think the only thing now is just to figure out, like I said, I'm not going to get a perfect terrain right from the get-go. She's stuck in her animation. So now I think the only thing left, but yeah, I think, okay, yeah, I started talking about those steps. Yeah, judging by how far I fall now when I come down to this world, I think I know what's been happening. So because I'm kind of lazy and incompetent, when I program my step script, so I had it set to 16 steps, but I think I was getting a lot more than 16 steps. But I was struggling to get my code to stop at 16 steps. So what was happening is I found it easier because I thought this is how it worked, but I think it works differently to how I thought it did. So I was actually writing like 20 something steps for a 16 step thing, right? Just to make sure I got all the way to 100%. Because it was difficult for me to figure out when I was at 100% height of the step script. So I was going up to about 200% height and doing more steps than I needed to. Because originally I was just deleting the extra code that I didn't need. But now I just copy and paste it. But I think what's actually been happening is it's applied that 200%, like all the way up to 200%, because there's more than 8 steps here. So this is probably more like 16 steps because I'm going to like 200%. But I think before I was probably getting more like 32 steps at 200%, even though it was set to 16. So this is actually what I kind of wanted, which is 16 steps, even though I've set it to 8, because of my shit curve creator code that I made. And because I didn't realize that it would go all the way to 200%, I thought it would just stop at 100%. You know, I thought 100% is 100%. It's not going to go any higher than that. But I think it does. I think it literally just keeps going and adds 200% and adds the rest of the steps. Because this is a lot more than 8 steps, clearly. But it's less than it was before, which I think is enough of a change for it to feel a lot better, actually. Yeah, this is quite a nice map, I gotta be honest. I think I actually quite like it the way it is. It is very blocky, but it's got good variety. It's got some nice thin ledges, some thicker ledges. It's got high mountains. It's got valleys. It's got holes. Oh, look at our NPCs trying to walk his path. Bless him. His path's blocked off now. Oh, bless his little bald head. Andrew Tits. Not sure what's going on. He's not of this world. Yeah, I feel like it's got a lot of variation to it. It's quite nice. My biggest complaints is like, yeah, there's jagged cliff areas where it becomes a valley, but I need to just deal with that manually. But yeah, I think it's got a lot of potential. It's a lot more interesting than the original map. It's a lot less performance heavy. It's smaller because I've went from large to medium, so it should be easier for me to fill with fun stuff. And it's not like I can't just add more terrain. Like if I start running out of space and I'm like, oh, you know, I've got nowhere to put this. I've run out of terrain. I just make a second island, and then you have to go over to the second island. You can see how much smaller this map is. Look at where the lighthouse used to be. Well, its lighthouse is still there. All of that was land as well. But I do feel like it was too big before. And like I say, at the end of the day, and the town was all the way over there. But I think this is more than big enough, at least for now. And like I say, if I happen to find that I'm running out of space and I'm like, oh, well, this isn't a big enough world for me anymore. I've got another 50 treasure chests and nowhere to put them. Well, then there you go. I either make a second island and incorporate that, which could be fun. I just add on to this one. I can just make this one bigger, add some more, and connect them up. Maybe do a bridge or something connecting the two, or just try and link them together somehow. But yeah, it is a huge change. But I think I think it'll be one that benefits me in the long run. And I think my graphics card's still blurring up, so I think that's still plenty of GPU. I see. 5,800 batches. That's quite a lot. I need to get that down. And there aren't even as many objects anymore. Geez, I'm only getting 30 FPS right now. Yeah, I need to fucking optimize this so badly. So let's see, I'm getting like 32, 33 FPS. So I'll be alright on the PS4, I guess. The PC users won't be very happy with me. Let's go up to 46 now. $60 now. There we go. You get 60 FPS in this? What are you talking about? That dome actually looks quite good out in the open. I should do something with it. Yes, I think I probably start from this. Use this as my new base terrain. I don't know. It's actually like struggling to get just above 30 FPS, which is concerning considering still got a lot more to add. And that's with occlusion culling and LODs. Mind you, I know OBS steals a bit of rendering power. I think, yeah, I can't get my Genshin, if I'm streaming from the same machine, I'm playing on Genshin struggles there at 60. What sort of frame rate was I getting on the old terrain? Well, even this old terrain is a modified version of it. Don't tell me 80, 90 FPS. I haven't started yet though. Wait, why is everything? No. Yeah, it's about the same, 30. It is actually a little bit higher for some reason. And the crazy thing is this has got all the trees in and everything. No, I think it's about the same. Wait, is that less batches? That's less batches by a couple of... Wait, how does it make any sense? What? This one's between 2 and 3. The other one was at 5,000 batches. How is that even possible? Got all the fucking trees and stuff we've got in this one. And it's a bigger world, and it's high quality guys terrain with more steps. How is this less draw calls? Maybe my original map was fine. I don't know. I'm at 40 FPS as well. Yeah, I would need to rebake this world. Occlusion Colling's getting confused because this land isn't supposed to be here. Only 700 batches. Jeez, I really have optimized this thing a lot better than I realized. 700 batches in the towns, that's with the town, the lighthouse, all those trees. I don't know, I'm wondering if I should just stick with my backup. I'm actually surprised by how well this is performing. Only 807, that's less than 1,000 batches, that's nuts. See, that new world that I just built was taking 5,000 batches. How? I don't understand that. That makes no sense. So probably that it's less verts, but more draw calls somehow. Well, that makes no sense. Yeah, we're keeping everything under 1,000. Oh no, it just went up significantly. Okay, now we're up to 4,000 draw calls. But the FPS is still at 44, 43, 44. This is nuts. My original, so my original, everything I've been working on all week, it's actually more efficient than making a new terrain with a lower poly mesh. What the fuck? I thought I wasn't good at optimizing as well. Turns out I did a pretty good job. We're at 4,000 batches though. But somehow it's happy to be... Okay, it just dropped down to 30 as I looked at the town. Which makes sense. But the thing is, I mean, look at that town and how much we've got to render there. This is what worries me, right? We're getting the same frame rate we're getting in an empty new terrain. And we've got all that town to render. We did just drop down to about 20 FPS briefly there. This is what's worrying me. Start dropping any lower than that, we're in real trouble. Yeah, we're dropping below 30 FPS now. But to be fair, that's because there's no cliffs colluding some of that town out, whereas there is in my actual main project. I don't know. Now I'm baffled. Because this is a reason why. Okay, so the most amount of time I ever spent on a game other than this one was an adventure game I was making once, and I basically had to abandon it because the frame rate just got so out of hand. It's got so bad. It was kind of unsalvageable at a certain point. No matter what I did, I just couldn't get it performing properly. So this is why I'm sort of looking at terrain again now, and I'm really thinking about optimization because I've seen it drop at like some nasty rates, especially working on this town where it's dropping below 30 FPS, and I'm thinking, oh god, I'm just getting started. Like, do I want to try and like address that sooner rather than later? But I don't know, like, I just... Plus, seeing this terrain now, like, maybe this original terrain was, but it definitely fits in more with the theme. It's just so weird. How can that blocky ass empty terrain be more... take more render time than this? I think I've changed my mind. Like, I've spent a little bit of time in this terrain now, and I actually think this might be my favorite terrain. Because I guess I was willing to kind of like shrug off the Minecraft blockiness of everything. Because I was like, well, this is probably what I have to do to make sure that the game will stand the test of time and I can see it through to completion. But this, not only is this terrain performing better with stuff in it, it looks better, it's bigger, and I actually think it probably is more interesting, actually. And it's times like now, right? It's dropped down to like barely hanging on to 30 FPS. It did just here that, yeah, there's not really anything to see unless it's the fucking that kind of stars. Like, what is there? What's making it hit 30 FPS right now? Like, all there really is stars and fog and one or two hills. Like, there's times that it's just dropped down below 30. There's times when it starts hitching when I'm like, okay, what the hell is causing it to drop below 30 right now? Not really that much going on. Oh, wow, you can just run up here. Just kind of glitch your way up it. But again, yeah, that's kind of makes the terrain more interesting. See where it's all... This is what's nice about this terrain, right? Check it out. Okay, I think I'll stick with this one then. So this is an example of like the jagged cliff parts that I was just complaining about. This is an example of that in this terrain. And she just kind of... I think it's actually quite funny as well. She just climbs up it. So I don't feel like I need to fix that. Whereas the other one in the new terrain, like it looked so awful. It was causing climbing glitches. So I would have had to have dealt with all of that. Oh man. Just not knowing what to do. I just don't want to make a decision that I'll later regret, that's all. And then especially if I have to go and do that anyway, then it's so much more painful to do. Not only because you've got to redo loads more work at that point, but then you kind of kick yourself as well because you're like, yeah, see, I knew, you know, and you're like, I knew I should have just fucking done it. I should have just stuck with a lower quality terrain or whatever, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, fucking hell, now we're at 60, 70 FPS and flying through the frames. So I just don't really get it. Yeah, after playing them next to each other side by side, yeah, I think all of my recent efforts to make the terrain more interesting and more optimized has kind of backfired. In some ways, it did make it more interesting. Um, I don't think it really made it more optimized though, because my frame rate was doing worse than it is right now on this one, and it looks a hell of a lot worse as a result, and it's a hell of a lot smaller. So what have I learned? I think I've learned rather than ditch this terrain, I think this is the terrain I need to either stick with or maybe just try and optimize a bit more or whatever. Because I did like some of the valleys and stuff in the other one, so I think what I might try and do is just see if I can come up with some halfway between this. So I'll certainly be doing the same target and the same terrain type as what we're in now, because it seems like it's happier with that performance than anything else, which is odd. Yeah, and I might try and carve some of those valleys into this one or something like that. But yeah, the Minecraft smaller terrain whole thing, not only did it look like shit and need a lot of fixing, it didn't even help with performance, it would seem, as far as I can tell. So I think I'll abandon that idea altogether. So I'm going to double down on this type of terrain because it's, yeah, it seems like performance wise it should be okay. And sacrificing quality in terrain doesn't look like it's going to help with performance, it would seem. Not from the quick test I've done now. And I think I am happy with this terrain overall anyway. And it fits the theme of the game better as well. But yeah, I need to go and get some food, so I'll leave it there. So yeah, this is where I'm at. I'm just trying to... I'm worried about frame rates and optimization, and oh my god, are we going to be able to keep this thing? Because I've still so much stuff I want to throw at it. I am concerned about, like I said, the predictability and boringness of the existing terrain. This slightly modified version is a bit more interesting, I will admit, but I don't know, maybe I need one more change to it to sort of give it that extra little push. I'm not sure. And then I just got to pray that everything doesn't fall apart. Everything, you know, and keep everything held together. So yeah, big scary changes at the base level, but if I get this part right and I do a good job of it, I think it'll pay off in the long run. But there's definitely concern about like performance. There's a concern about in a really big world, which is like this one, am I going to be able to fill it with enough interesting stuff, or is it just going to feel empty and boring? Stuff like that. It's a bit of a concern, but yeah, like I said, by taking some time to think about this now and get it right this early on, I think is an important step. Because you know the cliffs have served their purpose in getting the climbing mechanics going, and that's nice. But the whole game doesn't have to be balanced around that. As long as we can have that in the game, it's fine. But it doesn't need to dictate the entire terrain system, I don't think. Not if it's gonna sacrifice like variety and interesting worlds and everything else. So yeah, I'll leave it there, and I guess I'll keep looking at this tonight and see what I can figure out.